All right. I definitely did not hit the go live button, which is not the first time I've done that. But at least it didn't take me half an hour this time. Oh, all right. Broke my Chemex, so I'm drinking iced coffee, or not iced coffee, cold brew this morning. Let's get the sizes of these up a little bit. I think there's a couple desktops that I can move. I have way too many desktops open all the time. 2, 3. All 3 of these can go. I think I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna hit my maximum over on my other laptop or my other monitor. Um, Flappy Bird, Game Boy Advance stuff, relationships demo can all go. I use spatial awareness, or I guess spatial memory, for my stuff quite often. Playdate stuff, Chrome, Kenosis. Kenosis I can probably get rid of. This can go. Cool. And this is some random other stuff. This is a new This Week in Bevy site that I'm working on. It's not for today, though. All right. So where are we? We are here. Make sure that this can move over a little bit more. Game currently has a little character. I wanted to do a little bit of experimentation with the outlines on different meshes relating to a character, so I did that. Can do levels. Can pick stuff up. I included some like moving platform kind of stuff, some animations. I'll probably include a little bit more of this. One downside of the animations is that they currently don't really matter. I've got OSHA compliant platforms at the moment. Um, so yeah, thinking maybe we do some platforms and stuff today. Do a little bit more. Got a little hat on the little dude. Although now that I think about it, that looks very much like the entry point to a Lego block, which is kind of hilarious. I think you can throw this box too far as well. I think that tossing it halfway across the level is probably too much. So maybe we start by limiting that. Hey Roberta, how's it going? See, when we throw, we just add like a random external impulse. We could do something a little bit more interesting with this in the future, I think. But maybe we drop this down pretty drastically to start with. Yeah, something a little bit less like toss it across the map and a little bit more like it kind of just hangs out and then like yeah, um maybe maybe we should add less of the user's momentum to it too. Working on Leptos while waiting for your wife to leave for the airport later in the night. Nice. Hope it's a fun trip. Did you figure out the other issue? Let's see. With 5 external impulse, I don't think linear velocity doesn't implement div. I think linear velocity has an interior. This is a tuple enum. Maybe it's not. What are you building in Leptos at the moment? Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Kiaolin? I decided I wanted Bevy merch, but merch never fits me, so I just made my own hat. Also, Bevy doesn't currently have a merch store. They got rid of it a while back. You weren't able to understand the differences between the old and new versions, but for now you're focusing on adding user auth. Nice. It does feel a little weird to have this like kind of stop when you throw it, even though you're moving forward. Maybe we just clamp the velocity a lot harder instead. I think the external impulse probably doesn't have any options for us on it. Not Bevy, Avian. Avian 3D. Yeah, because it's a one-off impulse. We could add, I guess, friction might be the wrong word for it, but more of a slowdown. So that you can still, like when you throw it originally, it still starts going forward, obviously, but then doesn't get to just kind of like sail off into the distance. Friction in Avian is just collision friction, I think, though. So would it be restitution? I don't think so. Yeah, restitution is bouncy, so restitution is collision. We kind of need like air friction. Damping, maybe? Damping. Damping is what we want. Default is 0 for no damping, so let's do like, see what a damping of 10 does for us. Trying to do a progressive web app that can be a share target on Android, so you can share links to YouTube videos or web pages, send them to the server, and they will download the page or subs. Nice. And summarize and archive them. Cool. Main focus is to learn Leptos and stop using JavaScript. Nice. Oh wow, 10 is incredibly you can kind of just juggle it. I don't know how damping is applied, so I don't know what value is a good value for damping if we're going to use it like that. Two seems very, very, very high. The default setting is 0. I'm okay with something like this for now. At least it prevents you from like being able to yeet it from here and like reach the goal, which is really kind of what I want to do. Is damping 0 to 1? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think so because 10 was really, really intense damping. I don't think so. There is nothing in the way of documentation for like what it's supposed to be. It won't have its processing be in this file. So to really find out the answer, we would have to dive into the avian source code. I don't think that this is a 0 to 1 value. And I don't think this is a 0 to 1 value because I think 2 and 10 function very, very differently. Angular damping is 1.6, so probably not. In the demo that you saw, I mean? Or the default for angular damping. It'll say 10 basically stops it immediately and it just kind of like floats down to the ground. 2 like stops it very, very quickly, but doesn't stop it with the same immediacy. And 1, probably less than 1 is probably what we want, but a nice mechanic would be able to jump less far while holding the cube. So being able to do some jumps, you first need to throw the cube on the target platform. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So far, I've been thinking of the cube as like a thing that you need to bring to a goal spot. If you had to throw it like this, I think that would make this particular level like significantly harder because like you would have to get it on there and then hope it stayed on and not jump on it. And I think that this would not be level 2 if that were the case. Yeah, the example has 0.8 for sure. What do the colors mean? The colors on the platforms or the colors on the end? Colors on the platforms are just demo colors, I guess. There's a shader that basically we can put a component on any box or anything like that. That will cause an SDF circle currently that you can't configure currently, but both of those things could change to kind of like render the colors that would otherwise normally be there. So that's what you're seeing on the platforms here. There's a component for that on the cube. The other platforms don't have colors on them, just for no real reason. Just I didn't put any on there when I did that. I think it's this one. No, it's this one. So currently the colors kind of have no meaning. The color of the end goal, so the thing that you're kind of walking into here, I'm thinking about matching the color of the cube to the end goal for levels with multiple cubes, but we don't have any levels with multiple cubes yet, so it doesn't do anything yet. So currently the colors have no meaning. They are just random colors. But we'll see. I'm still... I would say that I'm not committed to keeping that whole shader mechanic as a core part of the game. I don't know that it adds anything yet. It was definitely fun to build, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it has... Oh, I only put that on one of the cubes. I thought I had them all selected. Looks like it's applied as velocity times equals 1/1 delta time times damping. Yeah, so it's not clamped then. It's not a 0 to 1 value. It can be anything. You thought it was ice to help this cube slide with less friction. Oh, you mean under the cube and stuff? Because it's blue or whatever on the beginning? That's a good shout. That's a good call out. Like if this was a level with ice, then the cube should hit the ground and keep going. I think we could do an ice visualization a little bit better, though. I do see where you're coming from with that, though. It's an interesting thought. We can definitely adjust jump heights and stuff based on whether you're carrying the cube. Or carrying anything, really. One of the things that has to change is if you just stand on this, you just stay here. And I think that's an interaction of the floating character controller with the colliders. So yeah, I mean, I see where you got ice from, for sure. That's an interesting idea. I either have to make that clearer or make it something like ice. Hey, you really appreciate the videos. Bevy's your first experience with game dev, and your uncut live streams are a huge assistance. Some of the only content out there showing 0.15 in action. I'm glad you're finding them useful. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to put them in chat and stuff like that. Happy. That's kind of what this is for. I kind of work on this game for 0.15. I've been more or less picking a different game for every release cycle, which gives me 3 to 4 months to work on some random game. I chose a 3D game this time because I have a lot of skills lacking in terms of 3D. For example, like modeling a character or something like that is something that takes me a huge amount of time. Animating it, etc., stuff like that. So that's also something we have to do here at some point. We don't have any animations on it yet, though. Let's see. So we do have a holding component on the player. So we do know when you interact with anything whether you're holding something or not. So here's our axis pair: forward, horizontal, forces, directions, which way we're looking, basis, and then jump. And basically the jump height would change. What other options do we have here? Oh, input buffer time is cool. I wonder what the defaults for these are. Tenua is something that I don't have. Let's see. Tenua is something that I don't have like a deep understanding of. That's something that I could use to spend a little bit more time on. Float offset, float height. We aren't doing any animation at the moment. Ghost platforms. That's one of the other things we could do. I was thinking about doing it as like just removing the collider entirely. It's interesting that they have like one-way platforms and stuff in the controller. But yeah, changing a bunch of these things based on whether you're holding the box or not makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's a list of them. Running, jumping, crouching, variable height jumping, coyote time, jump buffer. We should make sure that coyote time and the jump buffer are configured at some point. My guess is they are 0 currently. What was the input buffer that I wanted to look at? Chinua jump. That is not what that was. Chinua built-in jump. My impression is also that it's made so that you can kind of extend it a bit. But I also haven't done that yet, so. Message retracted. You don't have to delete your messages. Yeah, if shorten extra gravity is higher than 0, the character may stop in the jump in the middle if the jump is no longer fed. That's intentional usually. I do think that's a good idea. I think we don't have that currently. Maybe we do some character controller stuff at the moment. I don't think we have that currently. I think we just kind of go up and like, it has a variable height jump, but it doesn't have gravity on the other side, which I think is a thing that we do definitely want. Jump height is calculated from the center of the character at float height to the center of the character at the top of the jump. Extra gravity for fast takeoff. It's interesting to me that there's a lot of stuff here, and it feels like, okay, so they are set to some stuff. Shorten extra gravity is 60. Fall extra gravity is 20. So shorten is if you're not holding jump. Yeah. And then where's the other one? Fall extra. So why wouldn't these be the same? My other question is this an initial burst of gravity that isn't sustained? Right? Is this like an impulse at the top and then this is the constant? I don't know the answer to that actually. But input buffer time I think is not set here. 0.2 for the input buffer time. So let's take a look at the input buffer time and make it like something ridiculously large. So with this, I'm expecting that we should be able to hit space here and it should jump again. Yeah. So I can hit space basically anytime and just keep jumping. This is 0.2 to start out with. I do like having it at all. That feels pretty okay, actually. Height, allow in air. Is allow in air a double jump or is allow in air? Okay. They mentioned coyote time here. This is neither touching ground nor coyote time. So this is just like randomly in air, I guess, if you're going to implement a double jump. And then this is a default of 60, so let's double it and see what happens. I don't know. We don't have like any platformer stuff to do, so I don't know that this even matters for us at the moment. But back to the point. Do we have the entity? We have the controller. The controller should be on the entity that we should be operating on, right? So I think we can go for option holding here. What is coyote time? So there's a couple of things in platformers that are left in to make, how do we say this, like playing more fun. And I broke it. Hang on. Oh, because yeah, I left my other code in down here. Okay, anyway. So input buffers and coyote time. Input buffers are if you are going to land and you hit space right before you land or right after you land, there should be some kind of like gap there that is like you don't have to be pixel perfect to be able to jump again immediately. You should be able to hit it. In this case, you can hit it like 0.2 seconds before you hit the ground and you will still jump. That's input buffering. Coyote time is like if you walk off of a ledge, you should still, for some period of time, be able to jump so that you don't have to be perfectly exact there either. What am I doing here? Controller. Controller.0 should be it. Why is controller.0 not it? Controller holding equals player.into_inner, I think is the right way to do that. And this will be player. And this will, because we don't actually care, will be has holding. So this can stay as controller then. So we're just taking that single and we are using into_inner to get at that inner tuple value so that we can destructure it here. Is holding. We can do something in the future where like, what are you holding? Maybe different things affect it in different ways. But for now, let's say if you're holding, then you only get a jump height of 2. Otherwise, you get a jump height of 4. And then auto formatting is not going to work for some reason. But yeah, we don't have coyote time settings as far as I saw. There is coyote time in the controller. And that is typically something you want, especially if you're building more of a complicated platformer. Yeah, so you see how I can like walk off and then jump? Like I can't wait forever and then jump, but I can like very clearly not be on the stage when I jump. That's what that is. Because otherwise you would just fall like right here. Yeah, it's a little bit like floating in air. Like you're still falling. You're not like you're not just like floating straight out from where you are. You're not just like held in the air. Is basically just a little bit more time to give you the ability to be a little bit more inaccurate. Which is what it does for kind of like lower skilled players. So it'll make a jump easier for somebody who's not as good at platformers. And for people who are very, very good at platformers, it will let them get even further. Right? So like if this jump, actually, yeah. This is a really bad example because none of these parameters are really well tuned, but okay, let's see. That doesn't look like, oh, you know what? Holding has something in it, right? That's how I set that up. Yeah, holding has a value in it. We need to actually get the holding component. Holding dot 0 dot is this is awesome. Thanks. I don't know if you're talking about the game, but definitely from my side, the game doesn't feel all that awesome. So on this, we get that high, and we can jump significantly higher if we don't have the box. We haven't done any, because we haven't done that much level design or anything like that, we haven't done any, like, how high should the character be able to jump work either. So, Fergie was replaced. In the Black Eyed Peas? Sorry, I'm not recalling what you mean by that. Oh, Fergie the Black Eyed Pea is not the player anymore. I mean, we could, it doesn't matter. They're this, like, you actually, technically speaking, have options. Whereas, I just keep doing a little bit more like character work kind of stuff. So it doesn't really matter which one we use, so we can use Fergie for the stream. Are you going to make the code for this available? The code for this is available. It's on GitHub. Sometimes I don't push it because I forget, but what fancy things are you interested in? Ugh. One thing that's interesting about this phase in Bevy's development, like we're basically, I feel like at the midpoint between 0.15 and 0.16, is that a lot of things start landing really hard, really quickly. So like relationships have landed, entity disabling has landed, default query filter, or I guess entity disabling technically has and hasn't landed. Default query filters landed, which is what entity disabling, like the larger feature is, but there's no disabled component, but you could add one if you wanted to right now. So that should land pretty shortly. Like directional input for focus for menus landed. A bunch of rendering stuff is landing, like a ton of rendering stuff. I would be very surprised if the performance profile of 0.15 and 0.16 was the same. There's a lot going into 0.16 right now for rendering. Cold specialization landed, some other stuff landed. The rendering world is now, like, I wouldn't say fully taking advantage of, but significantly more taking advantage of the retained render world. 0.15 had a lot of regressions on rendering, even compared to 0.14. Yeah, the release candidate process was tough for 0.15. And I think that's because of a couple of things. It's also the second time a release has done a release candidate, right? So like, I think for 0.15, nobody was really ready for like the 0.15 release candidate to get cut. So there were some big things that people really did want in and didn't want to maintain for another like full cycle, that then landed, like the retained rendering world. And because they landed so late, the release candidate process was probably rougher than it could be. It is a very good thing that those landed, just to be clear. But that is, I feel like, what happened. I feel like it kind of like got to the point at which, hey, we're going to do a release candidate this week. And people went, oh no, we have to land our stuff. And everything landed. And then we dealt with the impact of that landing. And that's why it was a bit less, that's why the release candidate took a little bit longer than usual. I feel like a lot of that work that I'm seeing right now is happening now and not 2 months from now. As I'm sure you're aware from hanging out in the rendering dev channels lately, there's a lot of like, hey, this is landing, that's landing, that's landing, but it's landing a lot more incrementally this cycle than it was last cycle. Which means that the bisecting for the people working on it is easier, which means that the things are getting fixed earlier in the cycle, which means that things are getting built on top of those things, et cetera, et cetera. So like, and that's true for more than just rendering too. Like relationships had kind of an issue with the way parent and children changed, specifically when it comes to spawning GLTF scenes. So on main, not on main anymore, but on main last week, that was an issue. Also, for anybody listening who's like listening to me talk about release stuff and release candidates and stuff. All of that's on main. All of that happens like in development before the releases go out. The colorful shader that follows the cube is neat. Seems like something you could reverse engineer to learn many Bevy-isms. To learn many Bevy-isms, maybe. I think we talked about that shader a long time ago on stream, right? There's a stream somewhere about that. One thing that I'll note is that we basically have like one Uber material for everything in the scene. We have this color reveal component that gets placed on any of those entities. They all get packed into a storage buffer. That is one system here. That storage buffer of SDFs, basically it's passed into that Uber material. That is on every material. And that's it. That's the whole thing. The component gets packed into the storage buffer gets written into the material, or the material gets ticked for the update. And then inside of uber.wgsl, we just do like an SDF, like a really awfully like non-optimized version of looping over every SDF in the scene. And if we're close enough to one of them, we color it. And if it's not, we don't. So I don't know that there's a ton of Bevy-isms to learn there. There's not actually even that much code. You quit back to 3JS? No. Oh. But if you do look at that stuff and you have any questions, feel free to ask them. You're starting to get the impression that the odd releases are lots of new stuff, while the even ones are more stabilization and building on what was added in the previous odd release. I don't think that there's enough of a pattern to tell at the moment. How do I say this? The release candidate process has only been around for 2 releases, right? 0.14 was the first release candidate process. 0.15 was the second release candidate process. I don't know that you can say, I don't know that there's a lot of extrapolation from that to multiple releases. Like the phase from 0.6 to 0. We'll say 13 was very different than the phase from like 0.14 to 0.16. In my mind, anyway. And I get that, like, the even releases have the game jams, so it kind of lends some credence to that. But I don't think that anybody thinks about it like that. I think that it's constantly, in my mind, there are constantly things that are pretty major that make it into every major release. And just due to the way that things have worked in the past, those things tend to land late in cycles. Just because of, that's how it works, right? Like, hey, the train is leaving the station, and everyone goes, oh, we want to get this stuff in. And I didn't realize it was that close. But yeah, let me make sure that this is actually all like pushed up and stuff. I don't think any of this is currently broken. The one thing is that you won't be able to run the code because I'm not currently pushing the assets up. Oh, thank you very much, Casey. I appreciate that. That's huge. That's thank you very much. And I'm glad you're getting value out of it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, you don't think the release thing is what's planned. You just think that's what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say. It'll be interesting to see what happens in 0.16 for sure. One of the other things that I wanted to do, maybe not today, because we have this like kind of platformer-esque puzzle environment to work with, I do want a top-down shadow under the player at some point. Which I think we're going to achieve via decals, which unfortunately I think means that we would have to wait for 0.16 to really do that. This goes back to the other thing that we were saying about Bevy releases, right? Like we're at the point in the cycle where like contact projective decals has been upstreamed. Other decals have also landed. Atmospheric scattering landed. This rendering stuff all landed. Like entity disabling and cloning has landed. Directional navigation with a gamepad on a menu has landed. Like a ton of stuff has already landed. And I really want to use 0.16, but one thing, to Roberto's point, I think one thing is that I think main has been kind of less stable in that sense, especially for games that use a couple of external dependencies like we do. Like I think the biggest issue in my mind is the combination of Bevy Tenua and Avian 3D. I think basically everything else we could manage to drive, like bring forward into the 0.16 world ourselves. I could live without EGUI or whatever as well, but I don't know about Tenua. I don't think I'm familiar enough with Tenua, and I think Avian 3D is something that I'm also not familiar enough with the implementation of. Dang, you missed the start of stream because you're watching 3 Blue, 1 Brown. Great reason. Hey, Trevor. What were you watching for 3 Blue, 1 Brown? Okay. Well, can we do maybe platforms? Platforms would be cool. Make another level. I didn't cover how these flipping platforms are implemented. New video about the Cosmos. Nice. And it's all free open source for Bevy? Yeah, absolutely. Very, very nice. One of the things that's just immeasurably nice for Bevy is the fact that it's open source, because if I wanted to know what node was here, I can click on it. This is Bevy code. This is like from the Bevy crates. This is literally just node. I don't have to go look it up. I just like I don't have to guess. I don't have to read somebody's documentation. I can just go and like, here's the struct that is node that and the file it lives in. You missed it. How do you paint the ground? The paint the ground is SDFs. So every, like this crate, for example, should in the levels, not in the levels, in the library, in the custom properties, this has a color reveal red component on it. The red part isn't being used, so just ignore the red part for now. But that gets it packed into a storage buffer. and the storage buffer gets put into a custom material. That custom material is on everything in the scene. And if any pixel is close enough to that SDF group, then it renders the color. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Is there deeper documentation of Bevy, like how system queries work and stuff? The docs. The docs would be where to go. The one thing I will say is once you start getting into like how things are implemented, I'm not going to say things move too fast to be documented, but Bevy internals tend to be documented in source code more so than in documentation, right? Like, systems and dependency injection and stuff is one thing. How Bevy does it internally is a different thing. I would probably start with something, I don't know, maybe like system or query, and just start going into the source. This is, you know, system. It's got some documentation on it. It's got a couple extra pieces of documentation here for the associated types and whatnot. Obviously, this is going to be harder to read if you don't know Rust as much. But all of these things have documentation on them. And you will be able to go through, and eventually, after reading enough of that documentation, you'll understand what's going on. And that's, if you're looking for deeper understanding, like the things that are going on inside of Bevy's ECS or whatever, that's where you're going to find it. You're going to find it in the source. You're not really going to find it like in a high level PDF overview or something. That is one of the really nice things about Bevy. But also, as somebody who does a lot of Bevy educational content, if I was going to do like educational content on the internals of Bevy, it would have to be one-off, because things change fairly often. Like pre 0.15, right? Or pre 0.14, let's say. Pre 0.14, if I was going to talk about events and how they're handled, and then like I had any content at all about how to handle button clicks and stuff like that, all of that would need to change for 0.15 or 0.14, because observers got introduced, and observers are huge. And then picking got introduced again in 0.15. So like if you have event-based button clicks in 0.13, that changes for 0.14, that changes again for 0.15. And as somebody who like tries to maintain some of that documentation or that educational content, if you get too specific, it gets really hard to manage the sheer volume is really what it is. And that's why that stuff doesn't exist. There are attempts, right? Like the Bevy cheat book is one of those attempts to kind of like organize things into different areas, try to get some additional context around the way different things work. One thing that you do find out if you try to maintain a resource like this is that nobody wants to read about 0.14 if 0.15 is out. So like people will look at this, go, oh, it's 0.14. I might as well not read it, even if it's relevant. So like you need to actually touch every page, every release, because otherwise people just won't read it. They'll look at it, they'll go, oh, this is from 0.14. It obviously is not relevant at all. Even though the app, I bet you everything on this page counts. I bet you everything on this page is more or less like fine in terms of informational content. Like the way the app works hasn't changed. The way default plugins and minimal plugins work hasn't changed. Inserting and initializing resources hasn't changed. Quitting the app might have, I think, I don't remember when that changed. That did change at some point recently. But like, yeah, if you are somebody who maintains something like this, you very quickly find out that nobody wants to read the 0.14 version of this. Which makes it kind of tough because you have to touch every one of these pages. And there's just in this cheat book, which has a lot of really useful information and is a great resource, but does not cover everything and does not cover even like, I think the questions that you just asked, right? Like it has high level, here are some systems stuff, but it doesn't have like how systems are implemented and stuff. So yeah, I think it's a volume issue. I think that this like maintaining a lot of that kind of prose documentation is really tough and just takes a ton of time. I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to do that. The cheat book is great and very useful. Yes. The audio pages on cheat book make you sad. Yeah. Audio, to my understanding, is getting a full rewrite. I think if you're going to do audio, Bevy Cura audio is the current recommendation. Just as a flat recommendation, if you're going to do audio in Bevy today, Bevy Cura audio is the plugin to use. I think for the most part, I would probably just skip the built-in audio and go straight to Bevy Cura audio. Now, that is going to change at some point. I haven't kept track of it too much because I think they're doing very, very foundational, like ground up work. But there are people working on effectively like a complete audio engine. And like something that is rewritten and can integrate with the ECS like from the ground up. So all of that sounds fantastic. I am unfortunately not an audio engineer. So how has been moving on the project in GitHub? I think I haven't checked in on audio all that recently. Let me find I think of the working groups, the audio one is pretty much one of the ones that I have one of the harder times following. Let's see. See if this loads. There we go. Okay, so this was last edited in October. It's probably reasonably accurate in terms of like motivation for the working group. It might be a little bit less accurate in terms of like the current exact state because, you know, November, December, January. You took the Kira recommendation a few weeks ago. The spatial was cool. Lack of effects like EQ, reverb had you thinking of how you might contribute your audio background to Bevy. So do you use Discord, Casey? If you do, go into the working groups channel. There's an audio working group, and they are working on audio stuff. If you have an audio background, I'm sure that they could find a way to make use of that. So yeah, go to the working groups channel. There's a thread for the audio stuff. That's where I would go in and Obviously, like read the design docs, see what they're thinking about doing and whatnot. And then I'm sure they would love to have you. Yeah, OSS contribution background 0 is fine. That's totally cool. Right? Like learning how to do it, everybody's got to learn how to do it at some point. Bevy's a great ecosystem to learn how to do it in. I think if you have an audio background, that is hugely valuable. You know, expertise is way more valuable than previous OSS contribution. Yeah, so they're going to actually build a whole new audio engine. I don't know exactly how far along this is at the moment. What else is there? There's Bevy Kira components. That's where I'm getting these links to, by the way. The links to this project and the HackMD and stuff, those are all coming directly from. Okay, this is just the prototype from a while ago. So they did a prototype to figure out some stuff. Originally, I think people were like, hey, maybe we could use Kira. Hey, maybe we could reuse some of the work that exists out in the world. I think they ran into issues with the integration, and that's when they decided to do like a full ground up thing. Is it called Firewheel? This looks right from a user perspective. Looks like they have a Discord server too. Maybe I should join that. I'm not going to join it on stream. I don't bring up chat applications on stream, but maybe I'll join that later. This has a lot of checks. Oh, there we go. Later goals. Noteworthy parts of the tech stack. Looks like they're using Symphonia, some CPAL stuff. This is not Clap, the CLI tool. This is Clap, the audio. Async resampling. Ooh, Doppler shift. Cool. And then, yeah. Input, output, spatial positioning. Let's not search for A audio. Let's just get the tag. So there's only 4 audio issues open currently. Interesting. And it doesn't look like... Yeah. Oh, contribution guidelines for Bevy audio. That's from March 2024. Maybe this is kind of like... Oh, cool. That includes a bunch of like information about how audio works and stuff. That's dope. But yeah, so audio has a lot of like ground up foundational work that's happening, which is very different from some of the other working groups. A lot of the other working groups are doing much smaller slices of work. So it's not super surprising to me to not see like an update every month from the audio group because they're doing such foundational work that it feels like, okay, at some point they're going to come back and go, hey, we have an engine. And then it'll be like a huge moment to merge that in. Um, but you do have to get to that at some point as well. These platforms need to flick you off. I'm not sure what the answer for that is, actually. This is a floating character controller. So, very honestly, the answer for that might be a floating character controller is, not the right thing to do. So I have 50 bajillion files open. Oh yeah, the other thing that's in 0.16 is reflection via BRP. So you can get the type registry as JSON. Oh, do you think we just have zero friction? Do you think that's it? Let's see what we've got here. We've got, but it's a floating character controller, right? I don't know. Let's take a look at Tenua. Because it's got special support for moving platforms and rotating platforms and stuff. So maybe before I start messing with friction and whatnot to like send you off, maybe we do a couple more platform types. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like if you add one thing, it might affect like going up slopes or whatever. Tenua is something I should just sit down and read the code of one day. And then I would have a much better idea. That's also something I need to do before the 0.16 game jam. The 0.16 game jam is something I want to participate in with the intention to submit like a finished game. And working with or understanding Tenua will help a lot with that. Yeah, they don't have any interesting stuff in there. This is the controller stuff. Ghost sensor. Fall through platforms helper. Air actions. Wait, do they have forward from camera? Did we not need to implement that? No, okay. That's just something they have. Okay, 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 okay. 0.16 is not scheduled, right? None of the releases are really scheduled. There's a soft schedule, is kind of the way I would put it. Bevy kind of operates on like a 3 to 4 month release train. And I say 3 to 4 months because typically the way that it's been going for the past two release candidate releases, which are 14 and 15, is it's about 3 months of work, maybe a little bit more, and then the release candidate gets put out, and the release candidate usually takes a couple weeks. So put a month on it for the release candidate, and you end up somewhere around, you know, like 3 to 4 months, which might be a little on the short end, actually. So with that said, I think that 0.15 came out on November 29th, 28th, 29th, something like that. So December, January is 2 months. February is a third month. March is fourth month. So I would expect to not see a release until March, or not see a release candidate. Sorry, not see a release candidate until March. We're 1 week into February, so 3 more weeks of February. Then however long it takes in March to get to and release the release candidate. So March or April is when I would think a release would actually happen. That's obviously not the position of the project, so don't take it and be like, Chris said the release happens on, because that's not, that's just from the past releases I'm extrapolating and guessing. Finished, impossible. Let's go with good enough. Absolutely. Yeah. Nothing is ever finished. This game, at some point, the way that I think about all of the art that I used to do, because I did an art major in college and stuff like that, is things are just done when you stop working on them. And that's proven true through all of my software career too, right? Unless you're doing something that is very, 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 very scoped, then things are done when you stop working on them. It's also true for videos. It's true for basically everything. One thing I did want to do, I don't know that I know the right answer for that. Oh, actually, let's start with not having the camera look away from the level. Let's start there. We just spawn the camera in, right? Let's spawn the camera in a different position. Question is, do I have the character facing that way? Why is the camera going that direction? Because we have a camera control system. And this is going to be one of those systems that I haven't factored. Oh, I did factor it into its own. Okay, cool. Perfect. I was about to say, this is one of those things that I haven't factored out yet. So we've got the camera, yada, yada, transform camera rig. The camera rig defaults are probably what we're seeing there. Yaw, pitch, distance, target. I don't think so. Actually. Well, that was the wrong number to change. Yeah, okay. I think that we're now staring Fergie in the face. I think this character is starting in that direction. So let's not do that. Distance is Y distance. I should have changed that to be vertical distance or something. Okay, so we ended up with this. That means that X, Y, Z, right? Do X and Y flip as well? I don't think so. So they should both be in the same direction. I don't know that that's true. So we start off facing that way, and then this one faces the right way. I unfortunately haven't implemented developer tooling to switch between levels. Maybe I should do that, especially when debugging spawning. Okay, so here's the question. If I back into this, yeah, if I back into that, we retain it. So where's the default direction coming from is really the question. Looking direction. Clamp, rig. Is the target not set? Is that why we get that angle? Because we have the camera before the players spawned in? So this is going to crash because we can't do single. So let's do camera equals camera dot into inner, I think is the right move there. Nope, that is not the right move there. Debug value is not implemented for camera rig. Camera rig is our thing though. And it could totally implement debug. That actually seems like a really good idea. Yeah, one of the things looking at 0.16, getting the ooh, that was interesting. Oh, because I forced it to panic. Already forgot I forced it to panic. All right, so translation, camera rig, target 000. I think target is still 000 when the level spawns. So this starts out at 10, 15, 10. And we confirmed that changing the defaults here don't matter, right? Because if we are 10, 10, and we go backwards, right? That would put us at -10, -10, which should put us the other direction. And I get rid of my little panic here. I'm wondering what the right solution to this is. Because, like, needing to do this little weird, like, rotate thing is strange. changing the defaults for the actual camera spawn doesn't seem to help. Post-process, sections, player camera. This has got to be set somewhere else, right? I think this default value doesn't actually matter. So question is, what have I done? Control camera. Look at rig.target. Direction. Player controls would be the only other thing, right? I think this sets some of the camera rig stuff. Handle pan tilt. Axis pair, yaw, pitch, clamp. Clamping pitch to 0 is fine. Yaw pitch, I think that's fine. Target camera to player. Camera rig Y+3. That'll be interesting in the future if we ever go like up and down. This is apply controls. But that doesn't set any camera stuff. That only sets player stuff. I guess it's possible that the default value gets through here. We set the player before the camera gets a chance to read the player. Let's log the camera transform and apply controls. Camera transform. I know this is a use after. I don't actually think we have a clone here. Yeah, borrow after move. Moved it here. Because this is a single, we're doing into inner. We have to do that to actually be able to grab this. I don't know if we can do this syntax in here. The question mark syntax for the info for tracing is special syntax, is the issue. Looking at, looking to, et cetera, et cetera. Dealing with single kind of stinks. There we go. Not my favorite way to write that, but it'll work. Okay, and then I want this to probably run, I don't know. I feel like this is too many times. Oh no, it's fine. We can just scroll up. Okay, so we end up with, this is all extra stuff. Camera transform. 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 Okay, so camera starts at 6, -9, let's say. Why? So it has to have been touched by something else before it got here. I'm not exporting a camera in this scene, am I? No. Okay, so the camera transform is 6, -9, which is not something that we're setting anywhere, which means it has to be getting inserted into the rig, right? So this has already run. Yaw, pitch don't matter to us. Apply controls, handle pan tilt, target camera to player. Is there anything else that touches camera rig? No. Well, there's something in camera, but I think that that is not what we're looking for. Oh, okay, we're setting the offset. Let me do something strange here. This is an artifact of having built up the project organically over a while. Yeah, okay. So these values are it. These values are the issue. So what does that mean? I feel like setting these values is not what I want to be doing in that sense. Also, is this even something we're using? I don't think we're using this. Let's get rid of this for a second and see if anything breaks. I feel like we've got some dead code here. Yeah, that's dead code. I'm going to leave that commented out for a second. Okay, here's our camera rig. Rig into inner, right? This stuff, transform translation, rig target, rig distance, times looking direction. looking direction comes from rotation Y and rotation X. I guess a more correct way would be to use the spawn point empty Z or X direction and create the offset based on this direction. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. It's not the offset. It would be the. I guess I feel like I don't want it to be the offset. I want the offset to be in like positive distance. So I want the offset to always be set prior. I think X positive is the direction that we need to get this to look in. Is the issue that X positive is not? I think that's the issue, actually. Or I think that might be one of the issues. So Y positive is where the character is looking to start. So that's Z positive. And the level has an unreadable so Z positive is going to go towards the level. So those two things line up. From rotation Y, you know what I need to do? Remember what pitch and yaw are. Welcome to the Smithsonian for kids. Pitch and yaw. Front to back is roll. Side to side is pitch. And yaw is this, which are all rotations, which make me feel like they're not anywhere near what we should be caring about. The only issue is that we are setting the camera in the looking direction. You remember the project for the custom MMORPG client? Yes, I do. Absolutely. You had a problem with some models having negative scale. Finally put some effort into fixing them. Nice. That's dope. I assume that's the message in the Discord that you, because I see a white dot, but again, I don't check it on stream. I wasn't paying attention to what happened when this game came up. Oh, you didn't say anything today? Okay. There's a different message over there. Why is forward in Blender negative C and Bevy? Why forward is negative Z? That's okay. So it is going in the direction that because then I think that is more or less correct. Right? The camera being behind the player looking what is effectively positive Z. It's weird that it's a 45-degree angle still, even with that knowledge. Like I would expect this, not this. Hacky way to do fade in, fade out, change exposure EV to 58 and then back. Does a camera offset from the player position? Yes. Yes. So this, what we effectively have is a camera rig where we put some settings like the player location, like what we're targeting, as well as some, wait, I can just click on camera rig. So we yaw and pitch for rotation, right? Yaw and pitch. Yaw and pitch. Am I using those correctly? I think I'm using those incorrectly. Yaw. Okay. Yeah. No, I am. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I have to do that with my hand, otherwise I can't remember what yaw and pitch are. Yeah, so yaw and pitch, and then distance from the center. And the target we're supposed to be looking at. Right? So by default, that target is 0, 0, 0, which is the center of the world. By default, the camera is at 10, 10 for the XZ coordinates. So I think that the camera is roughly in the right position, but we could do stepping to find out. That is a thing. But yeah, so we're setting some settings in this camera rig. The camera rig is set, basically the target updates. If we wanted to change other things, we could change those too. I think we do actually change some of those when the player moves their mouse. So control camera takes that camera rig and then applies it to the actual camera. So this rig takes yaw and X rotation, and that gives us the direction that we're supposed to be looking in for the camera, not the player. So at this point, the camera already has to be in the location, right? Unless I am just completely doing it wrong, and I should be adding instead of subtracting. No. Well, kind of. So technically, the issue with changing this specifically is it feels like a crutch and also doesn't change the way the player is looking. Like the camera and the player are oriented correctly. I need to move the direction the player is looking in, I think. Maybe vicious loop. Well, if it was a vicious loop, it would keep going, right? Like it would have an issue now, wouldn't it? I didn't save that file, so we were looking in the wrong direction. Another stuff to be careful, order of operations and reference space. You'd say yaw is global. Yaw should be around global Y first and pitch second around camera local X. That is almost certainly not what I'm doing. But we are doing from rotation Y, so that is global. And then from rotation X, I think that's also global. But in any case, no matter what we change in here for the camera, that doesn't change like the player. So one thing that I do want to check, let's run the game currently. And then I'm going to go into Blender and I'm going to rotate the empty. Well, that was my fault. I put my cursor directly over the game immediately. Okay, so this is the save. That's the direction we look in currently. If we rotate Z90, save that. Because like the axes on the empty are a Okay, so that doesn't change anything. The axes on the empty are not related to anything. Right? Like there is nothing there's no direction here. We don't get directional information. It looks as if the player is rotating after spawning into the camera's direction when the game starts. That's one of the reasons I should really, yeah, right there at the beginning. I see that. So we get the transform from the spawn point entity, which is just the transform and I guess does include a rotation, but the axes in Blender I don't think match up. So we spawn in our character, yada, yada, yada. We take this position. That's an interesting thing to note too. So if I jump off like this, it keeps the rotation. So player input map, this would all be in apply controls if there was anything happening there. So apply controls, handle pan tilt, and target camera to player. All very relevant. Good morning, Ines. Yeah, so handle pan tilt. So let's frame it like this. The control rig is set up with some defaults. And then the user's controls and things like the target field are all set up in this controls file, right? So we're modifying camera rig and not camera. So when we modify camera rig, we are taking that mouse movement and converting it into yaw and pitch, which should theoretically The target we're looking at is the player's translation plus Y3. So we should be looking like slightly over the player center. When we apply controls, we are getting the camera rig and the current camera transform. The camera rig is used to define the looking direction. At which point we do the same calculation for looking direction. So maybe we should also have this in that sense as well. I guess my question is this multiplication not doing what I thought it was doing? Negative Z will put this in the right direction. I have this calculation in two places, unfortunately. Weird that negative Z puts it in the ground, because it shouldn't adjust Y. But if we go back here and we do negative Z here, right, that's much more likely to be the right direction. Bye, Roberto. Hope all your people have a safe flight. In most third-person games, the input control, the character, camera only follows the player. In most, you can control the camera, but it also does not affect the player. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing, right? The things in the camera rig are the offset from the player and the target, right? Like the player target. The only things that we are actually changing on the camera via the player control is the yaw and the pitch. And then we are always looking at the player, and we are always offset from the player. Where is my logic for having this be a circle? Good night, Shrishvesh. Revert this little negative thing. Where's my logic for this being a circle? Translation, target minus distance times looking direction. So target and distance do come from the rig, and the looking direction is from the mouse controls, right? but the position of the camera always follows the player in that sense. When rotating the player, the camera moves instantly, so it confused your brain. Not when you... Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. The player rotation and the camera rotation are controlled by the user. Glad you're enjoying it. Have a good night. Yeah, the player rotation and the camera rotation are both controlled by the player. Also, there's a frame skip every once in a while that I need to take a look at some point. But the looking direction is what that is. And the looking direction then is coming from the yaw and pitch of this camera rig. So in both cases, for the player and for the camera, the looking direction of the player is based on the direction from the camera to the player. That vector, right? Like camera forward. And the rotation of the camera comes directly from the rig. Right? Like apply controls, and they're both the same calculation effectively. So the looking direction is the camera yaw and pitch in the Z direction. And that looking direction is used for like the desired forward for the player when we input that into our character controller. That also lines up with what we're doing to the camera, which is taking the rig yaw and pitch in the Z direction and putting the camera transform in some place. And because we're using the rig yaw pitch for that looking direction, and it's always distance to target, the camera is always offset in the looking direction to the target based on the yaw and pitch. So that's why we get this like sphere effect, right? So this is what happens if we don't look at the player when we're doing that. Right? Like the camera, the rig or the camera rig doesn't apply to the camera, right? So this is controlling where it is based on that desired yaw and pitch. But in this case, because we're not changing the transform to actually look at, because we have a level of indirection, right? So player input impacts camera rig. camera rig desired looking direction impacts player looking direction and camera position. And then we look at the player from wherever that camera should be. And that's how we get this. So what are the default yaw and pitch then? Yeah, it's just the default yaw and pitch. That's really awkward, I feel like. I don't know how to go from vector to yaw and pitch. I guess it's just vector to yaw, right? And yaw is a radian. So if yaw is a radian, and we're facing allegedly in the wrong direction, right? Like 0 is just the opposite direction of what we thought it was in Blender. Yep. Then what we need is pi here, right? And this, I think, is not a great solution, but it is a solution. And I should write a little bit more in terms of documentation. So now it's facing the right direction when we spawn. And vector to yaw is atan to horizontal coordinates. Okay, cool. I think we want to set that camera rig when the level spawns. And I don't know offhand what the default value that comes out of Blender is. Let's see, on level spawn. We have to look for the spawn in here somewhere. Spawn player entity. On spawn player. So when we want to spawn the player, then this position is where we're putting it. Let me get rid of that other info. I forget where that is. Okay, so we end up with quaternions XYZ W. W? Reading this quaternion value isn't going to help me, is it? Okay, so we're at 0, 0, 0. Rotated like this, which should be no rotation from Blender's perspective. I wonder what it says if we do that and we re-export. It does feel weird to use the coordinates like that. Then we end up with nothing different. That's really interesting. So rotating the spawn point does not matter. Which is really interesting. So I think that always points in the wrong direction then. This is an empty. And theoretically, if we do rotate it, right? If I do this again, then the rotation should be 90 degrees. Right? And we run, and we get 0707, which is the same quaternion we had before. So I don't think we actually get rotation data. Why is this 0.7? Level spawn position. Let's do as a double quaternion, yeah, because that'll help me understand it. 2-axis angle. Vec 3y, right? Is this one of those cases where you need to apply the transform in Blender? I want to say no. Because I think, right? I think this is a, let's do it anyway, but okay, so we do that, we save, we export. We debug position. We're expecting the same quaternion. Which it was not. Now it's 0001. So I think oh dang, I have no idea which way this was originally now. Oh, that's not great. Oh no. Um, cool. Let's export what it is now. Okay, so Z in this direction, X to the right is what we had very originally. Like number one, original. This is the way that we had it when we started the day. And that's 0001, right? So if I take this and I rotate it on Z 90 degrees, we should expect to see something different, right? Because it is now effectively rotated. And we do 7, 7. But if we apply rotation, what I'm expecting here is for it to go back to 0, which is not good for us because we want the rotation information on this empty. Yeah. So, unfortunately, what that does mean is that to retain the rotation information on the empty, we can never apply the rotation, even though for all other cases in Blender, we do have to apply rotation, which is really not fun. Like, apply rotation on everything but this is not great. I can't think of a better way to do that. Exception to the rule, yeah. So the question is, do I want to just have a convention of starting everything in the effectively positive Z direction or negative Z direction? Is this just, is every level just going to start that way? Or do we actually do the rotation here? Apply rotation is pretty much never needed, only when a rotation that should have been done in edit mode was done in object mode, but it messes things up if you need a non-zero rotation in object mode. Non-zero rotation. Ah, yeah. So, in that case, if when we spawn the character, we take the rotation here, camera rig, right? I guess this is a query for camera rig. I haven't been paying attention. All right, camera rig is relevant here then when we spawn the player. Because when we spawn the player, we ideally want this rotation. Which we want around the Y, right? Horizontal rotation, yeah, that's what we're looking at. The question I have is, are the quaternions fields kept in radians? Private fields? We're not supposed to be accessing that? Okay, cool. Cool. Why can we access that if those are private fields? Because it's a transform, I guess. Right? Transform.rotation should give us a quaternion. I guess a quat, right? Quat has private fields. So like dot y. Why does dot y work? Did those become private? Are they not private currently? Is there a trait that enables that? Zeroable reflect product from arg. Are they actually private fields? Probably as Euler because a quaternion y is not the Euler rotation around the y. Euler rotation. I'm kind of curious as to why we can do dot y. I guess that's because it dereferences to whatever this is. Matrix 128. Is that what that means? That's interesting. This is a glam type, so we're deep in glam at this point. I'll have to look up why we can access that at some point. So two Euler, right? Let's see. So that XY should be dot one, right? So that should be the rotation that we want. Which is currently 0. which I think we're going to have to negate, but we'll see in a second. Camera rig dot yaw equals this rotation in radians. Leave myself a nice big comment there. And then I assume this is going to be the wrong direction. I know that we have a negative on, yeah, this is exactly the wrong direction. So because this comes from Blender, we need to go in the other direction. But that is not true in all cases, right? So I guess the question is, do I want to adhere to Blender's rotation here? Or did I do something awkward in camera when we apply the yaw? Because this is 0. And changing this direction won't matter, right? Because it needs to be pi. I guess the other question is, what I really need is a Bevy gizmo. I need a Bevy gizmo that is the Bevy axes in Blender. I need to write a plugin that has the Bevy axes and use that for the spawn point instead. You don't think the Blender axis convention has anything to do with this? You don't think that the... Oh, right, because it's rotation. Well, it does, actually, right? Because positive y is defined as that direction, but in Bevy, that's negative z, right? Right, but if you have a 0 pitch around the z in Blender, you have a positive y Blender pitch, right? So that conversion would have to happen when importing. To get it to be a negative z value. Right? The implication being here that because the y flips, so does the rotation. And I'm not sure that the rotation is flipping. If that makes sense. Right? Because in Blender, 0 points you in positive y. In Bevy, 0 points you in positive Z. But because those flip, you then need to be rotated 180 degrees. That's the thought process that I'm following right now. I don't know that that's the right thought process, but I think that's why I'm thinking about the blender axis defaults, because positive Y in Blender is negative Z, right? Or am I just absolutely wrong? Yeah, because I'm multiplying by Z here. Which, why does that change the... Oh, is that an F32? No, that's a Vec3. There's something I wasn't tracking effectively through this. Yeah, Bevy X equals Blender X. That's the easy one. But rotation around Z is rotation around Y, right? And because Z flips, right? Positive Y in Blender is negative Z in Bevy, right? Bevy. That's not what I want to do. Bevy. Cheat book. They have this somewhere, right? Guided tour. Not custom camera projection. Coordinate systems. Yay. This was Freya's. IS, the person who maintains the cheat book, extended it to include Bevy. So right, Blender Bevy, Z up, Y up. Rotation around the forward vector is inverted because both are right-handed, not around the up vector because both are pointing up. Forward vector. Okay. So you're saying my code is wrong, is what I'm hearing from that, right? So a rotation of 0 should point us looking in the direction that the level starts. And it doesn't, and that's my code being bad. Can't move my mouse before I close the window. So that's looking direction X, Y, Z. Sometimes I go silent and you think the stream froze. Oh, because I just kind of like stop talking sometimes while I'm thinking about something. That's me. Sorry. I do tend to stop talking mid-sentence when I'm thinking things through. That is definitely me. We've got XYZ. We've got looking direction. All right, so this is 0 and positive Z. So currently, a rotation of 0 is positive Z. Oh, it is actually freezing for you today? Is it me or is it like, I guess the framing is it my stream or is it YouTube? For rotation, you find it more useful to use the other right hand help. Yeah, the hand thing doesn't help me at all. Like I don't know. I even have, I have these from Freya, but I can never remember the colors either. The whole tab freezes. Interesting. Yeah, if it's the whole tab, it's not. But yeah, so like this facing is negative Z. So that says to me I should be multiplying against negative Z here. If it's just the two of us, it might be something in Brazil. So this messes up something else in my math, but I think we can fix that. So we're doing camera like what, yaw limiting somewhere? Right. So yaw, and then we clamp it to this, but should we be clamping it to negative? Which would be really weird. That needs to go on the other side, right? That's just the pitch clamp, though. It's really strange to me that we would need to change the pitch after changing the Z. Now you don't get pitch. Yay. This is what it was before. when we... Oh, are we clamping in both places? Interesting. It's probably bad. Clamp from 0 to frac pi 4. Clamp 0 to frac pi 2. I don't know why I have clamp in both locations, but it's fine. I think that the issue here is that I shouldn't be using the negative sign. I should be using neg z. I think I'm negating 0 effectively. Whereas this is going to be 0, 0, negative 1. That's not true. It is strange to me that multiplying by neg z affects that. Let's not clamp this for the moment. I do absolutely feel weird about the math now, but... Oh, custom cursors are in 0.16 too. Everything's in 0.16. Oh, it derefs to a vec4? Interesting. Is it deref through the Euler method, or like is that just the same thing we were doing? That's really interesting. Now when respawning the player, flip the other way. What do you mean by flip the other way? This is what we need for some reason, and it feels really weird to me. Because rotation Y, I guess from rotation X does need to be... No, rotation X should have the same pitch, right? Why would rotation not pitch, or why would the pitch need to be inverted. Is that just because I'm doing my math in the control wrong? I feel like this is a controller setting too. I feel like this is the whatchamacallit, inverted. So in that case, the clamping would need to be something more like this. Did we get a panic when we did this earlier? Okay, that is it. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the underlying quaternion stuff was like doing something, you know? Should be hooking up my controller more often too. Okay, I think I'm okay with that for now. We'll clamp it on the input location and not on the application. So theoretically, we could still set the camera rig pitch to, you know, a top down or something like that if we wanted to. If we wanted to maybe disable the pan tilt, move the camera somewhere. It is respawn looking the other direction, and then when it fell, maybe you got confused. I don't think it's respawning the other direction. Let's check. So we are looking. I do think I need to invert that control for myself. We are looking forward. We drop. We're looking forward. We look back. We drop. We're looking backwards. Hilariously, the box and everything. Oh, you're right, actually. It spawns in and it's looking one way and then it rotates around. I see that. So whenever we respawn, we should also be doing this. You're right. Where did we put the out of bounds behavior stuff? Maybe in lib? Do we need special handling? I guess if the thing respawning is the player, we would want it to spawn in the regular direction. So the question then, we aren't firing a respawn event, right? No, we're just doing it in here. So where's our other logic for this? This. Now starts to feel a little awkward that we're doing this in multiple places. We aren't spawning it for the first time though, so having special logic for this is a little bit weird, I feel like. Out of bounds respawn. Respond with a transform. If is player, set the yaw. We don't have an is player currently. We need this rig. I think the rig is on the player. Right? Entity, entity. I guess we query for this at this point. This feels like I'm spreading this out into like too far, you know? If let okay mute camera rig equals camera rigs dot get mute entity. Then do that, and that should fix it. Feels weird to have that code copied into two locations. I know that in 0.16 we'll probably move to entity disabling and whatnot. Okay, that does not help us actually. So these collisions here's the out of bounds sensor. With the out of bounds behavior. The out of bounds behavior for the player should be here, right? Out of bounds behavior. And then camera rig is not on this. Where did we put camera rig? I guess camera rig is on the camera. So the question is whether it's a player or not, at which point we do the work that we want to do. With player. So this is just going to check to see if we have a player here. Dot is okay. We're not if let, just if. And then we'll move this to being single. And this is not rigs anymore, this is rig. So this should work. I guess camera rig is not always in and we're running this all the time. Is that true? Yes. Tried to respawn player with no camera rig. I think we need that warning for sure. There we go. I think it's the first time we've used ref mute on stream. Honestly. It's so rarely needed in Bevy. Okay, so if we jump off and we're looking forward, we get forward. If we jump off and we're looking backward, we get forward. So now we're good. Now we respawn looking the correct direction. Jump off the back of this level, forward again. Perfect. Still don't fall off any of those platforms, but that's fine. How are we doing on time here? Okay, 11 o'clock, perfect. I'm doing a great job of my commit messages here. Okay, what was I going to do after I did that? That was an adventure. That was more of an adventure than I expected it to be. I was going to do something. I think I was going to do moving platforms. Let's figure out how to implement some moving platforms. I feel like that should be pretty straightforward. Should we just keep sticking stuff into the same level? Probably not. Let's see. I almost feel like is code structure more aligned towards ECS when using Bevy? I mean, yes. Like Bevy's ECS like greatly impacts the structure of your code in general. This is probably a bad example, but you end up with a lot of like little systems like this that ask for what they need and then you operate on the things. And this is kind of like this is the general interaction pattern you use for most things, where you write a system, that system queries the ECS, you have a bunch of components that hold some data. Your API boundary starts to become components. So that's where you get your data, that's where you change things, you react to changing components, et cetera, et cetera. Can entities have an event loop? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can definitely react to events that are targeting specific entities. But I'm not entirely sure what you mean by like, can an entity have an event loop? Like, does it? Bevy doesn't work in the same way that, say, I think Unity does, or maybe not Unity, where like other engines might have like a bajillion game objects, and those game objects are like fulfilling an interface where code runs in a specific like interface function, if you will. And then everything is a game object, and everything has an event loop in that sense, where you can kind of like define what happens in different functions. Bevy doesn't work exactly like that. The closest thing that I would say is that Bevy basically has schedules, which are very flexible. So in this case, I'm using update, right? And update is basically something that I can add my systems to that runs every frame. It runs in a specific place in relation to a whole bunch of other code. If we go to the docs and we go to, I think it's just called main. Yeah. So there's this concept called schedules in Bevy. This is kind of like how you would think of global level ordering. If you were maybe writing a custom renderer, not a custom renderer, but like some of the work for like the Game Boy Advance or like the Playdate or something like that, people have been putting rendering code in last, which will just run last. You can add systems to any of these schedules. These schedules run at different times. For example, when the application starts up, it'll run everything in pre-startup, then everything in startup, then everything in post-startup. Then every frame, it'll run first pre-update, state transition stuff, which if you're not already using Bevy, it doesn't really matter what that is. Update is where a bunch of other code goes, and then whatnot. There's also like a fixed time step area that will run potentially multiple times. But these are all like things that you can add systems to that will run in some order. You can come up with your own schedules, so that can be useful for turn-based games, for example. So like your game will run, it will go through this set of schedules over and over and over every frame. And maybe you want to do a whole bunch of like ordered logic, complex ordered logic, whenever somebody chooses a card for your turn-based game or something like that. You could run your own schedule at any point. Xavier says, entities are basically just integers that are treated as a handle to multiple components. Components are just data. You find it easier to see things as a whole, like all the components, not just a single one, or all of the components with a given archetype. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about archetypes when you start thinking about ECS. I almost said CSS. I haven't found it necessary to explain to somebody what an archetype is. Mostly because that's kind of like an ECS implementation detail, unless you're doing performance work. But yeah, basically, entities are IDs, components are data associated with each ID, and then systems operate on those components at different times, like this. So I don't know if that answers your question. But that's the general like gist of like systems in the ECS. There's also event-based logic, right? So I've got an observer here whenever I fire the goal event. So whenever the player in this particular game, right? Like we pick up this cube, we go, this is the goal, this blue glowy thing. Whenever we get into there, we fire a goal event, and this code runs whenever that event fires. So you don't have to run things in systems. There are a bunch of other ways to run things as well. But yeah, if you want to run code in a particular, like if you're asking if each entity can have its own event loop, I assume that you want to write code that affects that entity at a particular time, right? And the way to think about that in ECS land is that entity will have some component data that you're trying to modify, right? If it is a, trying to think of something that's not event based. Let's say it's gravity, right? Like you've got a gravity component for things that should be affected by gravity. You'll probably need to query for entities that have gravity and a transform, right? And then that system will operate on all entities that have the gravity component, and it will modify the transform every frame. So instead of thinking of it as like this entity has a life cycle function that I overrode that is going to run at a specific time, you write a function that operates on anything that can have gravity. Yeah. Again, I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but you can see a lot of the stuff in here is of that kind of thing. So for platforms, we actually haven't looked at the platform code yet. For platforms, they need to get set up, and then I need to tick a timer to make sure they start on offsets. So whenever the platform component is added to an entity, then I run this logic to set up an animation that runs the second level's platforms, actually. So these platforms are what I'm talking about there. And these are just arbitrary entities with the platform component on them. They also happen to have like a mesh 3D and a material and stuff like that. But this is 3 entities. Each of them gets the platform component. When it gets the platform component, that other logic runs to set up the animation. And the animation code is actually targeting the rotation on the transform. Get rid of that. Where's this? Get rid of some of these extraneous logs here. Cool. I guess we could just add it to this. There's a number of different platform behaviors that I could imagine implementing. For example, platforms that only show up when you trigger a different event, platforms that disappear after you stand on them. There's the idea, like in Mario, of coins that turn into platforms. We haven't done any kind of collectible or anything like that. I don't know that we will do any kind of collectible. We're kind of angling towards puzzle right now and less platformer, if that makes sense. I would like to have at least a couple of puzzles, so we'll probably do some more level design and stuff. You need to be able to get knocked off of these. You have to be able to get knocked off of these. This is why we originally went through looking for the Tenua stuff. But I need to invert the yawn pitch too, because I am a person who likes the other way of controlling things. At least for mouse input, I think. You can't even knock the crate off. Like, clearly something needs to be done about this. I mean, or I just build the easiest platformer ever. We could do this. Let's grab this, put it over here. I think I can just duplicate this. Now, the question for me here is, how do we, if this is going to be a moving platform, right? How do we define the area in which it moves? I guess we could do yeah, two empties could do it. I'm trying to think of something that could be like the crate still behaves differently from the player. That one might be related to low friction. The crate behaves differently because the player is a floating character controller, so it's a little bit higher. Curve, Bezier curve. Curves are interesting because that's a little bit more flexible. I think we would have to write some code to do conversion of curves, because I think we would want to convert it into like a Bevy curve implementation. I think the original idea is a good one. I think the So if I take this and I do an empty, I wish I had more empties. I wish there were more. Anyway, animation clip. Animation clip would be cool. Animation clip is probably how we're going to drive it. Yes. Especially for ones that are supposed to like go back and forth and whatever. We have a lot of that code already, so it should be pretty easy to copy. I think the idea of having two empties sounds good. Those two empties need to be I think siblings of a child entity, right? It needs to be root entity, empty, empty thing that's moving. And then for any setup, for any entity that is that root entity that has like a moving thing on it, we can also label any of the children with a component and say these are supposed to move from here to there with like start and end components. And that would enable us to have visually placed start and end points. With an animation clip that could then go between the two. The transform of the box would then be relative to the root, just like the other ones are. So I think that would work out the best for the moment. The unfortunate part of that is there's really no good empty for that. No good empty visualization for that. And we would end up needing 3 empties. Right? Like if we have this and what was it? This one? GUI. So we put this like here, something. And this is like a moving platform container. Animations seem like a more generic solution to you. Just an initial position and assign offset simpler but less generic. 2 empties middle ground, but with more corner cases in the code. More corner cases in the code. Oh, like when to decide. Okay, we're not going to be writing the whatchamacallit. We're going to be let me take a dive into the way that we have the platforms that are rotating implemented. And the way that we have the platforms that are rotating implemented is via animation clips. So, like I said before, when a platform component is added to an entity, which is any of those rotating platforms, right? Those platforms effectively rotate over the course of 4 seconds with an easing function. So, and then they just repeat that over and over. So we get an animation clip, empty. We build our easing curve, which goes from whatever it currently is to a 90-degree rotation. In this case, it's a rotation on the z-axis. And we use elastic in out to determine how that is going to happen. We reparameterize it over 4 seconds. And now we have a rotation curve that happens over 4 seconds with an easing elastic in out, right? We add that to the platform target. So platform target ID uses a name. This always feels a little weird to me, but they all behave the same, so it's fine. And then we target the rotation field on the curve. We add that to an animation graph. We construct a player. We play the animation from the graph that we added, and we add those as components to the entity. So the way it would work if we were going to do a transform is basically exactly the same thing. We would choose a time interval for it to happen. This would probably be, there's some utility functions for doing it forward and backward. The starting and end location would be one of the points and the other point. So we actually don't actually have to write any of that logic for the edge cases that you're thinking of. The animation system handles all of it. So for a straight line, we can do this kind of easing curve as well. We'll probably use a linear easing curve, or maybe not, I don't know. Then instead of doing rotation, we'll do translation. And otherwise, this is the same exact code. So we can animate it one way, decide to wait, animate it back, decide to wait, repeat. So when we do this query for like, in this case, we're just adding platform. We probably want to, it's probably going to be in the same function, actually. So if we have this empty here, right? This is the moving platform stuff. This feels weird, but I believe we need the empty in general. So where's our cube here? This one. Right, so this is moving platform. Inside of this, we have a cube. We also have a start position and an end position, right? So that'll be like here-ish. And then this actually we can duplicate if I can get my stuff together. And then this goes all the way down to like here. So we've got like start and end and like the platform. We are going to need what? We are going to need to attach a new component here. I feel like we need 3 components at minimum, probably 4. I feel like this would be an easier choice if I had taken the time to set up the UI that I wanted to. Okay, so for this, we have a cuboid. It's that size. The rigid body is static. The platform behavior for the cube is going to be move linear. The start, end, and moving platforms I feel like this is a design thing that I should put more thought into off stream. The way that we currently have it is we trigger whenever you on add platform, and currently on add platform is only triggered on, where's the level spawning logic? So in this case, if there is any platform behavior, we insert platform and animation offset timer. I think we need to match on that behavior now, at least. So I haven't implemented rotate 90Y, so we won't deal with that. We do have rotate 90X. The platform itself is the root element that is going to move or like control the behavior in this case. I think platform behavior is not a component that I want to use. Not even a component. Maybe we just make this a component for now. And then here we do what, move linear. So we fill that here. We add the behavior. So that we know what behavior this is supposed to have in the first place. I guess this could potentially have an animation offset. So this is actually the same thing. These don't have any differences, so I'm going to delete some of this code actually. So when we go over and have it over here, I don't think I ever used that. I wanted to split it up into more components so that I could do more things with them, but I didn't end up doing that. So I think this is all of our platforms, and we will do a let behavior equals platforms.get trigger.entity else return, right? It either has to have a behavior or we do nothing. And then probably this turns into something a little bit better later. But for now, why no autocomplete? There we go. Pull in platform behavior. Is entity a function? Yeah, so match behavior, fill match arms. Rotate 90x is what we currently have. So let's grab all of this and put it in there. This is just going to turn into one giant match, unfortunately. But that should all work. Tick offset timer, doesn't matter. This is generic. Okay, so the program should still run. The game should still run. Those rotating platforms should still work currently. And they do. Perfect. So then we have moving platform. This is going to be platform behavior, right? So platform behavior, rotate, whatever. String, platform behavior is going to be move linear, if I can type. So the root entity has the platform behavior. That will get the platform. It also gets the offset. It would be nice if we could serialize a couple of relationships here. Trying to think about how to best handle that. The entities kind of exist as metadata. So we could put that behavior on the cube itself, like the moving platform. And then as a result, go up to the root and back down to the children to get the other children. And then it would be a little bit messy. It would be cooler if we could serialize relationships and point this cube directly to the other two entities, but I don't think we can do that. So I think we'll just go with that for now, like the going up and coming back down. Which means Blender types. We have platform behavior. But there also needs to be start end. And then that's basically another enum. Actually, is that another enum? I think it has to be individual. I don't think I need to specify that. This is really starting to get, I know every week I say, dang, this is really getting messy. And then I just keep doing it. Can't be a part of the platform behavior, unfortunately, because we can't serialize more than one field. Yeah, enum platform behavior, but then what do we do here? What is this value? That's what's preventing, that's one of the most annoying parts of this, right? Is that rich data doesn't seem to be supported. So, well, yeah, move linear start end, sure, but like, how do you get that data in there? Like the issue is the Blender interface. It's not the enums, it's not the Rust, it's not the issue is that I cannot define the data like that. As far as I know. We get these primitive values like arrays, float arrays, integers, integer arrays, whatever, right? We get strings. We get this data block thing, which seems to be pointer to something else, maybe. And then we get Python code or a Python value. And I don't actually know if the Python stuff actually exports to GLTF. So that's the question, Xavier, if you have the answer. The question is, how do we store things and properties in a way that we can write them? Start and end here are going to be separate components, actually. This is not platform behavior. What was I going to make this? Start and end. So platforms here. right? Like the question for the Blender stuff and the question for this like weird Blender types thing that we have is really, how do we author this inside of Blender? And the answer, yeah, exactly. The answer is write a Blender add-on, which I have to spend some time to do. Because then we can serialize it to whatever we want, and we can deserialize it automatically on the other side to types, and everything should work because it's all going to be, you know, registry-based components or whatever, which is the same thing that Blenvy does. But that is the next step that has to happen here at some point, because we're hitting the end point of the utility of this type. This is growing every week. But that does mean I need to spend some time to do the type registry stuff. And I don't know how to build a Blender add-on. So I have to read some documentation. So maybe we'll have it for next week. It would make things a lot easier, for sure. But yeah, so we have start, end. When we, where was I? When we do platform behavior here, this all works for that, which means that we can do start and end separately. Like, I totally agree with you in the sense that, like, this needs to happen. We basically need the add-on. There's no way around that. We need the add-on. Why are those issues? Would be fun to watch me write the add-on on stream. Yeah, I mean, I could. I could do that early next week, probably. It would be a lot more fumbling around, I think. I don't know a lot about writing Blender add-ons. But yeah, I could do that. I think we're definitely too late to start that today. But I could do that probably early next week as a separate stream. Then I could wrap that up into a video at some point. The big thing for me is I do not know how to write Blender add-ons. So basically all I have at the moment is like scaffolding, which is fine. But yeah, time to write my own editor. I'm not going to write an editor. Well, I think if I had a, how do I frame this? If I had a way to pass around the window handle such that I could run a Bevy program and render it into that area of the window and have web technology in all other places, I would build an editor. But the rendering, like passing the window handle from Tori to like the Bevy application is the part where I get stuck on that. Right? I would 100% build a Bevy editor if somebody solved that specific problem for me. It's the issue of I have a Tori app, right? And it's got a Rye window or whatever. And that has, you know, web UI and whatever. And I want to pick an area of that window, which I know you can do. And I know you can do that in the same process. But what I need to do is take a handle to that and send it to a different program. If I could do that, I would build an editor. There's also the option of like, I could just make something much, much, much simpler. But for me, that's my core problem. My core problem for when I think about working on a larger Bevy editor is today I would want to use mostly web tech for the UI. And I would want it to maybe you can embed a Bevy app into a web app and then reflect RPC over into it. There's BRP, if you're not aware, the Bevy remote protocol. That's kind of that API that you're talking about. You can absolutely do things like spawn new things in, whatever, modify components, modify entities, etc. All of that is fine. All of that works. There's literally zero problem with doing that. I think that the running Bevy as a WASM application isn't really what I do with most of my games. So making it compile to WASM and then run in a canvas would work, but it's not interesting to me. And that's, I think, where the rub is. I do want it to work as a native application. And yeah, I guess you could always like spawn it separately, but I don't know. Kind of what I do anyway. Okay, so we've got start, end. And I think we need... Actually, I don't think we need anything, do we? The parent doesn't need to be labeled at all. It just needs to be a container. So if this cube is labeled as move linear, then this doesn't need to be. Start and end do need to be... Wait, why do I have F32s on start and end? I forget how I got into that. I think I was thinking about something else. They're just marker components here. Right? Like this is start, end, start. No, this is start, end, end. Alphabet got me again. And this is start end, start, and then this is what I need. I don't know why I had an F32 there. You wonder if you could do it the other way around, that embed something like ultralight or Ceph into a Bevy app. You can. People have proven that concept. I don't think that having a web view inside of a Bevy app is necessarily the right move. Because like you lose all of the benefits of being like a Tory wrapper, right? Like you can't then distribute the editor as a Tory app. You can't get the updates. You can't do the all of that kind of stuff. I do know that the Bevy organization as a whole wants to be able to distribute the Bevy editor on Steam at some point, which you can do as a Bevy app. But yeah. Start end, start end. There's a lot of options, is the way that I'll put it. Okay, we're going to turn this into that. I don't know why I did F32s there. My brain went somewhere else. Platforms. Blender types. What was this? Serialize, deserialize. See, now this feels like it's kind of leaking into more files. I don't want Serday all over the place. Debug. Yeah, maybe I'll do a stream early next week and start writing the Blender integration, because it really is becoming more and more of an issue. Unresolved imports and in lawn level spawn doesn't exist anymore. I wonder if there was a different lightweight approach that would have worked better. But I think that building a Bevy game is so component heavy that it makes sense to make it easy to attach components. Makes sense to have that add-on. Okay. Start end, platforms, start end, yada yada. So then we get what here? We need start ends. Right? We need ancestors. which is still parent but child of in 0.16. So we're going to take I guess we don't need ancestors, right? And we can iterate over the direct children. So for platforms, I feel like platform behavior with platform, then here, parent. This is behavior parent, but we only need parent here. So we're in move linear. We have some entity, right? Trigger.entity. Yes, behavior, just for completeness sake, entity, parent. So theoretically, when we hit level 2, this should trigger. You can use the data block type for the custom property to point to an object or a material or a mesh, etc. But you don't know how this gets serialized by the GLTF exporter. Yeah, I also don't know how to attach that data. You know? Oh, you know what? I didn't export. Like, even if we use a data block, it's not clear to me how a data block works. You can link it to something. Well, what? Do I link it to like a text file and then I'm modifying a text file per object? Cool. So we get move linear behavior, entity, parent. So we're good to go here. So let's do iter descendants parent.0 find I wonder what's wrong with that. Okay, private field on parent. Are we not supposed to access 0? Or are we supposed to just... Oh, .get. I always forget that. See, start, ends, .get, e, right? Hey, Casey, you're just like in there already. That's awesome. Okay, so start is option here. End, I guess, is okay. And, right? I guess not find map, right? This doesn't implement partial equality. Which actually can be full as well. Platforms. What's wrong with start end there? No start end in platforms. Oh, I put a dot there. Okay, there we go. Okay, and this gives us option entity. I don't really want option entity. Let's just keep it going for a second. So this should find start and end for us. None. This should have 3 children. Which it does. Is it a 4? 32, 36, 34, 43. Four seems wrong. Oh, you know what? Cube has a child, right? Let's see. Level, children, entity, children, moving platform, children, cube start end. So it should be moving platform and cube in here. This has platform behavior and platform. This has start end. This has start end. 34, 32, 36. 34, 32, 36. And then start is none and end is none. To be honest, you think you'll never understand Rust syntax. It seems so foreign. What are you having trouble with? Is there something on screen that you would like explained? I'm happy to explain it. Quick question. Which key combination do you use to show hide type information? I use Control I. That is done through a third-party extension. Key bindings is what I wanted to look up. So I have Control I bound to toggle when we're in the editor. And it flips the editor inlay hints enabled value from true to false. That's all it does. You do need this third-party thing called toggle. But now that that's all been on screen, you should be able to find it and write this out if you want it. You guess you're not used to this level of method chaining. You're more of an imperative guy. I think the level of method chaining here is, I guess, 2 levels, right? So we've got basically like a vec of children, or like a tree of children in this case, actually. And we're just going to iterate over all of those children from this point in the tree. And then we're going to find something. So we're doing a test here. If this test passes, then start should have the value that we're looking for. If it doesn't pass, then start will be none. So inside of here, start ends is like effectively a hash map of these potential values. So we're just getting the key. And if that does have a value, we're testing against to make sure it's the start variant of the enum. So this is not terribly deep in terms of like number of iterators or anything like that. Conceptually, it is. We're just iterating through a tree to find something. If we think we've found something, or well, if we get any of those items, like we're iterating over everything, we test that against the value that we're looking for. If it is the value, then we return the entity. Does that make sense? And we're just doing that twice. We're doing that once for the start value and once for the end value. Unfortunately, it didn't work for another reason, but we'll see. Start end should be all of these start end components. Query in this case is a Bevy type. It acts a little bit like a hash map. So you can just do like .get with the key, and or the key in this case is the entity ID. So my question then is, why is this not finding anything? Actually, in both cases, but let's do this one. And what I'm doing here is when you use debug, it will return the value that you're debugging out. So you can wrap any expression in that and then just keep using that value. Collider density, children, time sleeping, etc. It's 32. This has platform on it, so it's not the one we want anyway. So this shouldn't match. Then 40, I think, also shouldn't match. Maybe it is the right one in this case. Parent name extras transform. MI. Let's see. Start end. Should I be doing this before that? Okay, at least it's not that. It doesn't look to me like this is ever getting called, so I wonder if it's serializing. Let's do something that'll stand out a little bit. Let's say I feel like the start end didn't serialize correctly. Yeah, we never get inside of this. So the question is, why not? And the answer is what? This is the node extras. So it should be there. Raw value, end, and start. Did I misname this? Let's see. Blender types. Start end is an option start end. Looks like it's there to me. I still think this is a serialization issue at the moment, so let's make sure. For platforms here, we'll just iterate over all of the start ends that we can find and debug. One outside, one inside, just to make sure that the code is getting to that point and then logging out. You learned a lot of method training with Chris Advent of Code. Well, I'm glad you learned something. Okay. I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. None of those land. So I feel like that's empty. I feel like when this runs, that's empty. The question is, why is that empty when this runs? Right, start end. Did I insert option start end or something like that? Did I on level spawn? We are making it inside there at least 2 times. We should be making it 2 times, so that makes sense. Start end here is a start end. That entity should have it on it. It must not be there. That's interesting. Okay, that'll be a problem. The issue here is that we hit the cube that we insert the platform on before we hit the others. So there's 3 children here, right? In our Blender setup. We've got a root moving platform, we've got the cube that's going to move, and we've got start and end positions. The issue is that we are hitting this cube, which gets the platform component, before we hit start or end. So we don't actually have start or end when this triggers for us. So I think the real answer is to do this inside of there's scene instance ready, right? And then we're triggering on add. Maybe we do what? That's an unfortunate one. It's an unfortunate one because we can't rely on those components being there when we add the platform component. So our current on add trigger won't work because that information is spread out. If we could somehow serialize that information into that platform field, that would work. But the way I've set this up, I have to have all of the initialization done before we can trigger the platform. And the way the observers work is that whenever that platform component gets added, the observer will trigger. So we need to delay that initialization. So to do that, we could write a system that would run after this, that would look for any platforms without an animation player on them, or any platforms without some kind of processing on them. Right? So in this case, we do what? Platform with animation offset, timer, behavior. We almost need another scene instance ready like command. Right? Because here we're looping. Go over everything. We've done everything, done everything, done everything. We could be really annoying and just add platform later, you know? That would be kind of awkward, I think. I think if we trigger another observer here, it'll happen recursively. question is, do we because we basically need this, right? So it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be set up animated platforms. And this is going to be a query for any platforms that haven't been processed. And we're going to derive component here. And we are going to struct processed. And this feels a little bit icky. Right? Because then we get for entity and this is just with platform, right? With platform without processed. For entity and query. Then we do all of the other stuff and we still need all of these. Right? And we still need all of this logic, except we don't need to do this debug. This behavior parent deal is required. So we'll take these in as well. So we'll have entity, platform, behavior, parent. Snag all of this, pull it up, make this happen later. And then we get for entity, behavior, parent inquiry. And anything that was triggered at entity just becomes entity. And this has to run at some point, but not as an observer anymore. So we can probably just run it and update. It doesn't really matter. That's such a weird autocomplete. I guess it makes sense because it's not really expecting dependency injection for anyone else. So we run that. Hey Chris, this is less of a Rust question, more of a general game dev question. Do you have any good resources for learning physics for movement-based games or movement-focused games? I guess it depends what you mean. There's a great GDC talk called Building a Better Jump, where if you're trying to do any kind of platforming or platformer, it'll introduce you to some concepts. It'll introduce you to how to think about jumps in platformers. There's a great if you look at some of the Celeste developers as well, they talk a little bit about things like Coyote Time. I would say the Building a Better Jump GDC talk is really good. Yeah, I think those are the places I would start to point you. I guess like learning physics for movement based is a little bit of a offhand. See, now we have the start and the end. And also in here, when we're done, we need to insert processed on these. Yeah, physics for movement based. I guess like character controllers is what you're asking. It's a long journey. It also depends on whether you're doing like 2D or 3D. Using target. Okay, cool. So for this, then we do process as well. So we are now in the end game, theoretically. We have the start and the end. These need to be start end equals start ends dot get end, else I guess return, continue. Oh, those are option entities. Dang. Whoops. Let's do start end like that, and then each of these will have does this need to be sum when I return it? Yeah. Okay. Guess we don't need that then. Just rewrapping the option there. It's fine. These are both sum then. Cool. So now we have start end and start end. And actually these need to be the transforms, right? If I remember correctly. So the question is, I wonder if those need to be done in the same way as the spawn player. One can start with learning real world physics. Yeah, I mean, like, hey, go learn real world physics is kind of an end run around the goal that they're trying to achieve. Right? Like, yeah, you can start learning anything from the ground up. But if your goal is to make a video game character controller, realistic physics is not necessarily your goal. Right? Like, yes, there are lots of ways in which physics equations apply. There's also lots of ways in which you cut them short and don't actually use them to their full extent. Unfortunately, I don't have great suggestions for like how do you learn how to make like all games. The domain is really, really, really big, right? So there's a lot of like little tidbits all over the place. For example, if somebody was like, how do I learn about Bezier curves, right? Freya has 2 videos on Bezier curves, and where else do you send somebody? You send them to Freya's videos. But like, what do you use Bezier curves for? Like we were talking about using them for the paths here at some point. Um, but like, where do you learn how to use them for the paths? What was I doing here? Transforms. I think global transform, right? This is kind of messy code. I'll clean it up at some point. So start and end. And then just take a look at those. Car physics and car games, ball physics and ball games. Yeah. And like even then, like what? The ball physics for a basketball in NBA 2K, is that even real physics? Compared to the physics for a ball in, Pong or something? Okay. 0, 0, -69, and 0, 0, -42. Okay, so I think we have our 2 locations here, which is great. Love to see that. So this needs to be like start dot 1 dot. I guess this is the part that makes it a little bit weird. I guess I don't want the global transforms. Which is what I just grabbed. These should be slightly different then. Did I mess up a parenthesis? Yes. Running a little bit over, but we're so close to getting these platforms moving. Okay. -26 and basically 0. That makes sense to me. So those are the positions that we're going to be using. So let's get start transform and end transform. Now let's drop these in here. And yes, we probably don't want this curve. This is no longer a rotation curve either. This is translation curve, let's call it. It's not on rotation. This is on translation. What is your recommendation for someone who is just starting game dev and may want to use Rust? You finished the Rust book, started reading Rust Zero to Prod. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing game dev, then go check out the Bevy examples, right? You go to the Bevy repo, you go to this examples folder. There are literally hundreds of examples in this folder that will get you started. There's a couple of actual games in here too. But yeah, this is the place to start for sure. Run these examples, start modifying them, playing with them, etc. How good am I at Rust? I don't know how to answer that. I've been doing Rust for a while, so like I'm not bad at it, but I would say that I'm not as good as somebody that probably works on the Rust compiler, but I am a professional Rust user. Oh, that question was for an ass. I was like, I don't know how to answer that. Try to give some kind of upper bound and lower bound or something. Okay, so these needs to be the actual values. So I think these probably need to be cloned, right? Unsatisfied, prelude, transform, deref is not satisfied because these are not the translations. There we go. What is even the chance that this works? I didn't pay attention to the rest of the code. I think this is gonna, if it does work, it's gonna happen like really quickly. It's gonna be like one giant 1 second shot. Yeah. That's the other thing. I don't know if we're gonna be able to stand on the moving platform. um, what was this? This was elastic in out. That just looks funny. This is going to need some curve adjustments. We can chain curves together. So we could create like an identity curve and chain it onto the translation curve, for example. We also need to reverse it, which we also have APIs for. So if we go to, I think we can pull back reparameterize again because I think that was just because we were using the wrong stuff. So this should be a 4-second interval now. A little bit too fast. We'll just shoot the character off like a cannon. It'll be fine. I don't like the elastic. go for something a little bit less physical for the moment, just linear. What is the way to do this? It's like flip or something like that. Hang on. Using curve. You ported part of a project you were working on in your job to Rust using Axum, Mongo, and Escama. The experience was great until you wanted to remove some code redundancy that is using async Rust, and it was uneconomic. I assume you mean unergonomic, to say the least. Curve, yada yada. Using curve. I think curve has ping pong. Ping pong is really what we want, I think. And I think there's no identity curve, is there? Not built in. So I think we need, or not translation, let identity curve. We'll just write it as a function curve, probably better. I forget the syntax. Domain. Let's make this like interval unit. And then we end up with time and is there a transform or like a vec3 identity maybe? No. Yeah, I'm chaining animations right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to chain animations by setting up an identity curve for a couple seconds, and then hopefully we can just flip that and it chains together. A small delay before the platform starts would be nice. Yeah, a small delay before it shoots off and you fall to your respawn. Watching my process is pretty cool. Cool. Glad you're enjoying it. We do need like some kind of identity going on here. I don't know offhand of a good way to do that. Translations are vec3s. We don't have a vec3 identity. There is a quat identity, which is interesting. Corresponds to no rotation, right? So like, I guess vec3 1 would be the equivalent. I don't know offhand if it's multiplying though. It's either 1 or 0. Let's go with 0, I guess, to start. That is apparently not the right answer. Oh, new. Yeah, okay. So theoretically, this is an identity curve that runs for about a second. See what the issue is here. Unsatisfied trait bound. Chain error does not implement get type registration. What bound are we dealing with here? Chain error. Oh, this is an optional thing. Like this could fail. Yeah. Whoops. So this should... This should do the pause at the end. It is doing the pause at the end. It's just warping to 0, 0 when it does it. So that is unfortunately not a identity that we've created there. That is just a like position set. Right? Because we're ping-ponging and then... Okay, so... Function curve maybe not good for that. Maybe we just set up all 4 curves. I was hoping we could do the little ping pong flippy thing. That felt like it was going to be fun, but if I have to set this to being the end transform, then we can't do that. Right? If we hold end position curve, then this goes to that. And I want identity. Oh, it didn't compile. Didn't compile because... Just clone this. We're using it all over the place. What is this? This is an option, start and transform. Shouldn't clone to work on that? And these are references, so I don't really want that. I feel like that should work because options do implement that, but I guess it's the tuple inside that's the issue. Anyway, start and end transform. basically the issue is that we're getting a reference back from here, and we don't really want a reference back from here because we do kind of just toss this all over the place, including throwing it into a closure and stuff. So we have options for like where we could clone this if we're going to do that. I think the right place is probably in here. I keep typing cloned. Query get, unwrap, start end. Can't call clone on the tuple. Seems really strange, but that's fine. Mismatch types. I guess we don't actually need this part either. We just need this, and we actually just need the translation. So we don't actually need the vast majority of this. We are option vec3 there, which is great. And this expression has option yes, because this is that now. Cool, great, good start. And then this gets pushed into the closure here. Unknown field, right. It doesn't get pushed into the closure. It is a translation. And we can move that. Vec3s get copied, so it doesn't require us to do anything else. And there's a platform that goes out, stays at the end, comes back, and bounces. So this is going to be also the same for hold start. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to get our values out here. This again could be cleaned up quite a bit. We started to get kind of messy there at one point. So this is translation curve. So move out, hold the end position. Reverse the translation curve. Hold the start position. And my guess is that we used this twice. Yeah. So it could be better if we were using question marks and stuff, or if we were using a slightly different syntax to chain these together, maybe like tuple.chain or something. But I think this gives us the effect that we're looking for. Comes through. We unfortunately don't go with it. I don't know. We're going to have to do something with Tenua to make that moving platform work. But the animation clip is working. So it'll wait, then it'll go back, and it'll wait, and it'll go back. So now we can set up arbitrary platforms that go to arbitrary locations. We just need to set up 2 empties and the platform that wants to move. And that should work out for us overall. This looks a little bit messy. Would be cool to have a different thing here. I don't know if this accepts a tuple, honestly. It would be nice if it did. Animatable curve. Property curve. Actually, I think I did see tuples go in a PR. Let's just give it a quick whirl. I would like syntax like this much better. Cloning. While developing in Leptos, you kept running into an endless list of clones and your brain starts working how can you get rid of all this cloning. I don't think you do in Leptos. It's worth noting. I don't think that you do in Leptos. I think that there are definitely 100% like high performance cases where you want to remove some cloning. Leptos, I don't think is one of them in general. And the reason for that is similar to the reason that somebody else was saying about async. Maybe it was you about async. I don't remember exactly who it was. But the overall issue comes down to UI is basically a bunch of things that you set up at one point and then run later. Similar to the way where you set up like an async function and you give it some arguments and it goes and runs away and it completes at some point. The UI code is very similar. And the reason you clone in that situation is because you have to give it to this thing that's taking it and running with it, right? Like it's gonna go over there. It's gonna go to the, you know, McDonald's or something and get a Coke and come back, and like you don't know when it's gonna come back. That's why those clones kind of exist. I don't think that cloning is bad. There are plenty of times when it's a good thing. For example, the reason we're cloning here is because we're passing this into a closure that runs sometime, right? So why would we want a shared reference to the translation of a component that doesn't live past the end of the system function in this closure, right? We want to clone that value so that we can give that end value to that closure, which now owns it. And then our entity with its own translation or whatever can continue working. And this thing that's operating on it that just wants to keep setting that value can keep setting that value from its own copy. So cloning, TLDR, not always a bad thing. And I would encourage cloning over getting lost in shared references. I do feel like this should work though. This would be significantly nicer, I feel like. But I don't terribly mind this either. Maybe I'll dig a little bit and see if that went into a PR or not. I feel like it did go into a PR. Maybe it's in 16. So it's not expensive in the case of Leptos. I mean, you're not doing that much in Leptos, right? Like if you are cloning in Leptos, you're rendering a web page. And the amount of data that you're cloning is really limited by the amount of data that you can serve up to a human and display. Right? Like humans can't read 500 million rows of a table, right? So you're not going to be dealing with 500 million rows of a table. So cloning is almost always going to be these small strings, right? And these small other things. And it's like human-based interaction patterns, right? So if a human clicks on something and they want something else to happen, the amount of data that results from that interaction is not really that much, right? I think that a lot of people put like a premium on not cloning, and I think that that is somewhat misplaced. It is obviously like cloning is a very clear indication that you are allocating. It just is. And like allocation is one of the places that you can look at for performance work. But if you're giving stuff to execute later, if you are dealing with like small batch human level informational like amounts, it really does not matter. That's my opinion anyway. And I've done UI work for over a decade. I think cloning in Leptos is fine. Now, if you're building a high performance network protocol that needs to do zero copy parsing, maybe care a little bit more about cloning. But I think for UI work, and especially like async stuff, you do end up needing to clone stuff. And that is not a bad thing. Cool. So I think that we're approaching done for today. We're about an hour over my usual time. So we went for about 5 hours today. Which is good. We had a short week last week. So that's all good. I might schedule another stream. We need to figure out how to stand on a moving platform. That'll be for next week though. I might do another stream Monday or Tuesday doing some Blender plugin work. So I'll schedule that on the channel if it does happen. Otherwise, I will see you all next week, next Saturday. Have a great rest of your day.